Well, wrong screen, but, you know, we might as well get in there right away. Let us switch over to the kitties for a moment, though. Okie dokie. Hello, everyone. I'm New Mechanist. I play games with the cats. We are simul-streaming to YouTube and Twitch right now, so pick the platform of your choosing. We do have Ember top center, we have Sky upper left, and we have Sherbet left center. Sammy was here as per usual, but I moved too much. Mason crossing the play area, lower left. Might enter camera again. No, the gray... Well, Sky is gray and white, but he probably looks black and white from here in the upper left. Top center Ember is not a new one. She is second oldest now. There was a period where she was in quarantine because she had gotten sick. So you might not have seen her for a little bit. Yep. We are going to be playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles some more today. We are on to the second trial, the non-tutorial trial, where we have a locked room murder. We'll see how it goes. Beverage. Well, let's see here. We'll keep it on Ember. Get a little zoom in there. She be snoozing. May end up moving some of the cameras around, but I'm probably going to hold off with some of them until I need to come up with a different monitor solution. We are trying another facial capture bit of software going on right now, so there might be some hiccups on it, but it's working pretty well. A lot of them have no idea and do not care. Ember, though, is one of them that she's very snuggly. What she'll do is she'll come over onto my lap and she'll crawl up onto my shoulder a little bit. And she needs intensive pets, and none of the other cats can come near her during that, or she's gone. But she's also one of the ones that seems to recognize her name. Or at least she knows that you're trying to talk to her when you say Ember. All right, though. Let's see here. Let's get in. Continue. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. They seem to be going for a... Well, they're very much going for a Sherlock Holmes vibe. We have encountered a character named Herlock Sholmes, who is a really over-the-top guy. He is akin to... He does all the deduction stuff, but it is really like wild jumps that make no sense. Beverage. Forgetting to hydrate even before the stream starts, you know? Alrighty, let's get in there. At the moment, because my sleep has been horrific and I need to both combat that and contribute to it, I am drinking a Ghost Energy orange cream flavor. Because I'm a sucker for creamsicle flavor. That and Ghost Energy is pretty tasty and doesn't Doesn't feel as much. I don't feel as many of the side effects from it. Supposedly, they use a different source of caffeine than most others do. Alright. Already talked to him. We got permission to move around. Distinct possibility you get some really different product availabilities. And now for the terribly loud typing sound. Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Oh man, you can't see it. But there is a brutal-looking mousetrap in the lower left. It's the standard bait on one side with a hinged bar on the other. But it is really thick metal. Like, that'll snap the poor critter in half kind of trap. Not just break bone, it'll probably go right through. See, Kazuma was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. That must be awful. Oh, look over there. Another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. And his uniform hardly fits. Oof. Oh, it's been a week. It's been a thing. Door next to him leads to the second-class accommodations. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs? Full-on shackles there, you know? Naruhodo, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Don't give me that pitying look. Like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck. Look. Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. It's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Well, that's really quite simple. It is. Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Huge book on top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. That looks like the ship's log. I mean, the book that we can see in its metallic glossy blue with gold leaf print. says ship protocols, which I don't think would be a log. Little distracted. Sorry, folks. Let me see here. Okay, real quickly, since you can't see him, there's our big brute dude over there. The main character is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I believe the implication is supposed to be he's an ancestor of Phoenix Wright. He's a Japanese student who stowed away with his childhood friend, who is the murder victim right now. Because he had been stowed away in the wardrobe, in the locked room, the presumption is that he killed his friend. And that is why we are in Shackles. So we are now wandering the area trying to find... Well, we have just been let out of that room, and we're now looking for clues. We're going to be checking the adjacent room, because in his diary, the friend wrote that there was some sort of speckled thing that he saw, and that there were noises, like some sort of metallic noise, I think it was. So the presumption is it's the vent that leads to the adjacent room. A little look. The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. So the little teaser at the beginning wasn't in woodcut style, but it was that not quite black ink, like purely hash mark style or hashing style art, monochrome. And it was supposed to be like a Sherlock Holmes style adventure where they discovered the speckled band was actually a sort of adder, like a snake. So I suspect that something like that is going to show up. In the prior Phoenix Wright games, they tended to telegraph either explicitly or strongly implicitly what was going on at the beginning. Wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. The guy right next to him just reacted with nothing. And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. You think this is? It's a very pleasant shape, isn't it? A lot of their reactions, this is very early in the period where I think this is the era of the gunboat diplomacy thing where Japan was told, you're going to open your ports. Because we have naval batteries. I don't know if that... I think that's the era that we're dealing with. So there's a lot of westernization going on. They have just signed a treaty with Great Britain. That was a big deal in the first trial, is that they didn't want to do anything that might set off a diplomatic incident. So they were largely trying to find a scapegoat. So a lot of the things that the characters haven't encountered before or don't know are a result of that isolationism just being ended. It's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you're to bring the vessel to a standstill for no good reason, it'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. A trap for catching mice. We have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? What that tastes like? You can't eat it. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later. First class cabin number 1. That's our cabin. No, not our cabin. It's Kazuma's cabin. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. That is camera 1, and camera 1 misbehaves. I've finally gotten it to where, right there, how you saw it flicker to CAT scan mode. I've finally gotten it to where it will restore itself. Previously, it would have just frozen. It has taken much fiddling. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500? How many cabins are there? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one with the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh. So much belly button. Okay, yeah, this guy, if you look, he's kind of stripy. JCS? Not familiar with the acronym. Excuse me, we, need to get inside the cabin here. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. Okay. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? Wasn't a good start, was it? Let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day. I'm not Sailor. My mother gave me name. I'm senior crewman. Biff Stroganoff. Beef Stroganoff. Ever had that? Pretty good. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Berea steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? Question mark? Like, interrogations, probably not terribly interesting to me. Especially, there are a lot of... The ones I'm familiar with tend to be, like, police dramas, where they, for the purposes of entertainment value, tend to show people doing wildly illegal things. Which is kind of, ugh, to me. And I don't mean the culprits, I mean the police officers nominally, like, in the pursuit of justice, are doing things that would get anybody in the radius acquitted. As far as, like, mysteries, those can be fun, but they just can't be, like, you know, flashy. There are a lot of ones that are like serial killer mystery dramas where they turn the serial killer into sort of like a... They're not like protagonist, but they're like a glorified main character, giving them like a mystique and whatnot. And that always seems strange. Like, you don't need to pour on the vilification or anything like that, but you also shouldn't make them mysterious and sexy. It's a tough balance, and a lot of times it's a TV thing. Stuff I watch in my pastime. I don't get a lot of TV program time, since I do like to play games, and I do have to do a lot of like editing and whatnot in addition to this. I will watch kind of short political commentary content, like what's going on in the news kind of things. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. We are just a short distance in here. We are out in the hallway, so we haven't been investigating too much yet. Was just talking with Angel about I don't know what it'd be, viewable content for entertainment. I'm trying to remember the name of an anime I just started watching last night that had some interesting aspects to it. Let me do a quick look up here. We'll switch to cat cam for entertainment purposes while I do. There's something on Hulu. Anime called Tengoku Daimakyo has potential. Bit of a post-apocalyptic kind of thing. This one's on Hulu. I don't know if it's on Netflix. Like, the thing I'm enjoying is that they haven't done, like, exposition dumps, which can be a big problem with some of them. We are presented with the world in progress, and we're only presented with concepts as they come up. I like the way the creatures show up is that they are a known threat that people have been having to deal with. And they are actually dangerous. There is a surprise just a few episodes in related to, one of the main characters that I'm really interested in how it plays out. It has a lot of analogy opportunities and just like psychological drama kind of opportunities. And yeah, the cats are usually sleeping. They are they're cats. A great deal of the movement that you'll see out of Ember is her flipping over to toast the other side, you know? But let's see here. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Is that supposed to be da? Like, yes? Suzato, did you understand that? It sounded like da. Yeah, okay. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. I know some people like that. I'm not always into awkwardness comedy. It's not that, like, I'm not made uncomfortable by the cringy aspect. It's that a lot of times they rely on somebody that is painfully obtuse, let's say. But I don't know. It's one of those things that people have mentioned for a long time, and I've never gotten around to watching. Let's see, what was the last one like that I watched? The last one that I can think of, the sort of like serial comedies, was Community. That one was fun. I liked that one. It's less, I've never watched The Office. The clips that I end up seeing of it tend to be like meh. Hello, S. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a good day. We are playing some Ace Attorney Great Detective Chronicles. We are very early into the game. Sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin. What brings you to the channel, S? Yes, it's tantalizing. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Ah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Pause. It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. I hope they tell us about his weird, like, pale and the striping, you know? I hope they tell us about that. Or I hope it's relevant. Because he's got diagonal stripes. He has hazard markings. Anything unusual? A very angry, what I presume to be no. Like, maybe that's Niet. Susato, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. This is something that they added. The first time I can remember seeing it was in the Apollo Justice games, which I believe might have been the first Phoenix Wright games that I ever got exposed to. Is they added visual cues, where you can tell that the person is supposed to be lying by, like, they avert their eyes or they have a tic kind of things. Some sort of tell. Which was a fun addition, as opposed to just gauging it based on what was said, you know? You didn't hear any noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. Said no. So angry. Defiantly no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Did you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Is it supposed to be Grimsby or Grimesby? I'm going to say Grimsby. Grimsby Roylet. Trying to detect the pun in that one. Very important Western gentleman. Like, his was apparent. Biff Stroganoff is, you know, obvious. Grimsby or Grimesby Roylott? No. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of Student Boy. Huh. How can you be so sure of that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Oof. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? It is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, He must be rather important, is that right? It is not your business. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. All right. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock, knock. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Scream. Was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. It's gonna be like Sholmes or something like that. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Oh, no, never mind. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. First class cabin number 2. Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, that old man does appear to be the only person in here. His stuff is knocked off in the same way. Like, looking at the entry, his entire shelf with identical books and, statue, are all tipped to the left. That was the way that it was in Asogi's cabin, Kazuma's cabin. In that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm the great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? Don't be stupid. How could anybody fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. My, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? The case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. It's going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott, we'd like... Oh, no. That's just his I won't talk to you thing. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. We just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. You're right. There doesn't appear to be anything we can do. But there may be someone else who can help. They're really, leaning on the let's go talk to the great detective thing. You effectively have to, like... You're moving the cursor around, and here, I'll show you the difference. So you see how it's this faint blue color and flashing? Otherwise, it's a darker blue and a circle. So, faint blue with the arrows pointed in. It's a visual cue, and there's also just the idea that there are things that look important. Some of it's guesswork, but since there's a visual cue that tells you whether it's something that it'll react to, at least you can tell without clicking it and having them say there's nothing here. Unless you accidentally click. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call on my great powers of detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Oh, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. His main deduction that he's shown us thus far is that he assumed that we are a Russian revolutionary known for having killed many people that has escaped the country and come onto this boat in order to kill Kazuma. And he showed us a picture of this Russian revolutionary, which is an old bearded man, which I suspect might be intended to be this guy here. But we'll see. That is to say, he is wildly wrong sometimes. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right? Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Reminds me of Francisco with Fool. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on the account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, in Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. I must come... Shush, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. Huh? There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. Well, we've witnessed something. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Twaddle. There are a lot of terms like that which would be kind of fun if they re-entered common parlance, you know? You know, twaddle, boulder dash, rumpus, kerfuffle. There are a whole cavalcade of words for noisy events of varying degrees. I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. She has the magazines that he's in imported and is a big fan. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. looks like somehow both of Mr. Shulm's conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well, then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Get on the magic school bus. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Okay, this is cute. Old man's identity. Okay, this seems to be a system, like a mechanic. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches my eye in the first place. Oh, summon stage lights. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hands. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. Oh. The man's a showman. You have to give him that. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on this matter. Huh? Tick. Regard, if you will, the morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. Wow, he's actually demonstrating that he's maybe competent. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. I mean, there's a resemblance, but that face is different. Like, if you would grab all of his features and, like, stretch them, then I could see some of that. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violin Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself. Villain Bolshevik. I think it must be villain, or violin. Or villain. Seems like villain. You know, Bolshevik villain. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, this is what who he's accusing him of being is the same person he accused Ryunosuke, the Japanese schoolboy, of being moments ago. Like, using this same reasoning. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Well, I'm sorry, using the magazine as reference, that kind of thing. Or the newspaper. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Flip. The answer we seek lies with where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It's like he's either frantically scrambling around the room or he is perfectly positioned to zip across your field of view, like he's watching his audience in order to do his little pirouettes around. Like, as soon as they start to glance away from what he's pointing at, he will jump around the room real quick. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein? Even assuming for perspective, that'd be a teeny tiny lady. Don't be absurd. Like, that thing fits on top of a chair. She would have had to be squished and folded. You know, maybe desiccated, extract all the juices. Maybe in the flattening process, you know, you could squish out all the bones, get all the juices out. Then you could fold her up like, you know, like a shirt, and set her in the case. Then I think there could be a person inside that case. It'd be like, you know, storing person jerky. We are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your careless... Coup d'Ole betrays you? It's cut the something. Coup de grace is cut the grass. I don't know what coup d'etat is. Maybe that's like cut the head. Since that's like a forcible seizing of power. I don't know. Internet, tell me. A lot of, like, literal translation. Okay, it's the state. Okay. Okay, and the coup d'Ole or OEL or something like that is a look. So it's effectively, when he said that, it's like the way you look, when you looked somewhere, like your glance told us it. Yeah, your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Newspaper. As opposed to newspaper, you know, periodical dedicated to various types of nooses and knot work. For there is another most stimulating article. We turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I mean, so there's a correlation between where he fled through and where somebody was vanished from. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Is that a mechanic, or was it just goofy? Susato, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Need a little sidebar here. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. The glasses and the beard match, but that's it. I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. I mean, really, you'd have to grab him by the ears and somebody else get him by the toes and just stretch for all you're worth. Like, visually. And then you could potentially get the other person. So maybe to disguise himself, he did the opposite? Had somebody put a very heavy weight on his head and let it compact him a little? And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. Well, you just got to get like a stick or something like that. Jam in the bits that won't fit. You know, sometimes you'll have that with some luggage. You need to fit a little bit more in, so you got to crinkle it up and like push it in the sides. Maybe like fold it again. Or maybe like a trash can, you know, you get something wider so that you can press the whole thing down. Really squish them down in there. I mean, it'd certainly be easier than the whole ballerina. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Well, that's what the shears are for. You just trim away the excess. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. Zip. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of a small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. We are definitely getting the Phoenix Wright vibes out of Naruhodo now, the exasperated witness to the shenanigans unfolding. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eye cuts to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two keywords in his deduction that seem to let him down. Okay, we're closing in on the mechanic. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. So, the victim in the first case was what I presume is the Dr. Watson equivalent. We haven't heard his full name. So I'm expecting something similar to the Herlock Sholmes shuffle, you know? But it looks like in this scenario, that was the role of his Dr. Watson equivalent, was to prod his deductions in the right direction. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh, fancy trick. Where are the handcuffs? Huh? How did you... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Yep, we are taking the Watson route here. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. So the question mark, I think, is an indication that something is wrong. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I mean, you would start with shears. Because there's a lot to deal with there. Cutting a lot of it away would make it so that you don't have to deal with as much excess, you know? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott, either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo, and see if it helps. Right, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. Here it really is his beard he intends to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Leave the rest in your capable hands. I'm the one doing something about this. Anyway, let's see if there's anything else we could even use to switch around. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? It's a thick hat. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? That's the secret, you see, Naruhodo. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold. And a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. It was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Are you looking at the buttons of, on his coat? Could it be that Mr. Roylott was planning to cut these off? Oh, why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. And couldn't you just take your gloves off? Aha, so he was going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective. I think she's angry. There we go. Hair. It's the ballerina. It's the ballerina. This whole thing is fake. This is a whole mask that she's wearing. What's this? Looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true, so it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. I had to find the keys to move around. Something's definitely not right here. Already. I think that's supposed to be the, I think that's supposed to be, like, the mystery.
Yes!
There we go. Okay, then we have to press the present key. Those golden locks you sport. Oh, I like how he does the little pose and snap thing now. Naruhodo getting in on the action. We're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. We had to look at the gold, like the blonde hair sticking out underneath the black hair. Like the person's whole back. We had to rotate around behind them and see the gold hair. Not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair. One still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. It's on the back. It is the article about the ballerina. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? It was a surprise. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Jones. Oh, I love that the implication is that he is dancing around the room. Like they are actually spinning around and snapping like that, changing the lights. That's kind of amazing. Makes the scene that much funnier. Just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholm's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the fact at all right now. Well, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. If we do a lot of this during the investigation stage, that'd be really cool. Because this is a lot cooler than just, clicking around the field trying to find, essentially, items. This is interesting. You found something relevant? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't even make sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. We're down. Okay, this is what we could have found earlier, but there are a lot of situations in this game where they don't show you the controls. We ran into that in the first case, in a scenario involving beefsteak, where you had to use the right controls. And we encountered that with the investigating, his physical features, where they didn't show you have to use the arrow keys on the keyboard. I suppose it would be similar if you were using the gamepad, but you would have fewer options for rotating. You would probably try the analogs and perhaps the D-pad, and then you would have covered the bases. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Our Russian name's so hard to remember. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. How much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Those suns are shining like diamonds themselves. Yeah, she is rapidly turning into the Maya of this game. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Article about the ballerina. Okay, we had to examine this one to get the different article. So when I'm moving here, it's ASDF. When I'm moving the camera around, it's arrow keys. Arrow keys do nothing here. ASDF does nothing moving the camera.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Twirl. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Okay, that was a cool series of gestures right there. The flourish closing the fist and then the lights out and the snap. These guys are talented. Because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Flip. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. And she well, at least she was wearing the thick hat. Dang. And those were in there. You're right. My name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. So this would explain why the guard seemed complicit. Correction. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. She did. Like, that was actually a reasonable disguise if she had had the opportunity to cut the hair. I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Well, reasonable disguise in that it fully concealed her features. As opposed to looking like a ridiculously comical stereotype. Answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. That's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime the young woman is apparently committing? So I suspect this is that she's stealing the tiara, and I wonder if that's under the thick hat. We'll find out after a short break. Situated, folks. And we're back. Also obtained some food, so there might be some chewing. So if you think if you see something like regular mouth movement, that's probably chewing, not silent talking. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? It is still hilarious that it is. It's like a choreographed little dance that they're doing as they deduce things. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows that what this woman was up to. You rotate, look, I have to rotate all the way to the right here, and then I can see the tiara. Look at this dazzling tiara. Pretty. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
Smash! Reminds me of Danganronpa. When you're using the correct phrase on the wrong phrase. Nice. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Gasp. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Flip. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. So that is the fun thing, is his deductions are off target, but they're adjacent to the correct target. Like, oh, it was the beard. Well, it was hair being cut, but wrong hair. It wasn't the article that he presented, it was the article on the opposite side of the newspaper. It wasn't the traveling case, it was the tiara on the desk adjacent to the traveling case. Like, there is a proximity thing. And if the reporting is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. She's been struck by the truth. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. It just startles everyone every time the light goes out and then the spotlight kicks on. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Flip. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless glance betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Flip. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. Is there a cat in the case? I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Need a bit of this before it gets cold. Oh wow, this tracking software does a better job of that. Sorry about that. Slice of pizza. Yeah, usually with tracking software, with a lot of them, if you were doing something like chewing, like I was, you would see, like, because there's a little bit of movement of the upper and lower lips and cheeks and whatnot. But this software could see that, you know, my mouth was closed, so it was more... Which is nice. It's a little jerky in places, but it's much more capable. All right, let's see. Why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Nope. Do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like that. That the reason why this... It doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would be written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. That's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. Maybe that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. No pets. No pets. Rules of passage. Must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. Wonder what happens if you break the rules. Sure, the punishment would be severe. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
Yes!
Reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. From carriage. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. And likely ensuring the death of its contents at this rate. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. A little twirly dance. The last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, a pet. Okay. Ember has moved. Quick cat check here. Sky. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimesby Roylott. Her real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. Oh, there's also the dish on the floor. No worries, Angel. We had just revealed that she was keeping her pet, in the case. We don't know what the pet is, but there was a pet. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Yep, Ember moved, so I had to find another cat. Later, that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took on the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, Who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? A veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. Given her costume, she could have run her hair down the back of the coat. Like, inside the back of the coat. Because that coat is bulky enough to hide it. I put on the fur hat, fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. Ah, okay. She was reading the paper, saw it, panicked, shouted out, and then stuffed the paper in her pocket real quick and got the shears. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hands, and at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Hey there, Arlena. I'm sorry, Alina. I'm doing okay. How about you? How are you doing? Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend. That's good to hear. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm Newt Mechanist. I play various games with my cats. You can see one of them there on the cat tree. And let's see if we can spot all the others. Let's see, we have Mason left center on the bed, and we have Sherbet down left in the play area. Two of them cannot be seen, Sammy and Ember. We're playing some Ace Attorney. The stream is going pretty well. Going pretty well. What brings you to the channel, Alina? Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew... It gives us something to see when the camera is resetting itself. That, and we get kind of a play on words. Or a pun, perhaps. I don't know which one it counts as. Yep, we are all set for all that sort of overlay and similar stuff there, Alina. We won't need anything like badges or similar, since our primary streaming platform is YouTube and not Twitch, which means that we can't use things like emotes and badges. And it's going to be some time before I would be able to use anything like emotes on YouTube. That is Sky's favorite spot. To some extent, I don't know how much it is that it was always Sky's favorite spot, so much as it was a spot that he shared with Tom and Rorschach. So, Alina, like I mentioned, I don't have any need for any art assets at that time. At this time, um, and if I recall, I've got the channel set to not allow arbitrary links. I'm always interested in seeing an artist portfolio, but purely from a curiosity perspective. There would not be any sort of business relationship or purchase that would come of it. Secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return. You must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. And I will quickly have. Sorry, chewing again. I'll try to make sure that I let you guys know before that happens, since it's a easy mistaken assumption to make that I might have muted myself. Ember simultaneously came over for pets and to see if it was something that she could take. Yes, all right, I will tell you. No worries, it was an unanticipated. I had not anticipated getting an opportunity to eat during the stream. Usually, it'll be something late in the evening after the stream. Wasn't it something, Mr. Shom's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. Yep. I do like that. Like I was saying, the tracking software that I'm working with right now, that I was testing out just this stream for one. This is the first stream that I'm using it. I tested it out last night. Is a lot better about tracking actual mouth movement. So it can tell the difference between, chewing with mouth closed and opening and closing mouth, as opposed to. It's actually a common thing that you can see if you've ever watched like other VTubers do things like, hot wings challenges or similar like that. When you see them chewing, it'll be. um we're doing the factory is having some remodeling work right now, but nothing to do with the avatar at this time. Another thing that I actually got working, though, is I've got a little more control over the ears now. Like, I can do that without having to push buttons. At least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Apparently it's bath time for Ember. Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing. You can see that Susato's illusions about Sholmes have taken a hit. One more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My shackles are back on. Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking? So, one of the things that has got to come up is the bookshelf. Because both bookshelves in adjacent cabins, both of the bookshelves are on the same wall. So, this wall running this way. And both of them are tipped from right to left. So, I expect the boat moved. Like there was a tilt up from right. Like, pivoting up this way. So that's got to come up in some way. Perhaps you heard a strange noise, perhaps people talking. And that guard, 100%, we've got to figure out something about that guard's stripes. How he has those diagonal stripes of like pale skin and tan skin. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? Thinking? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. I'm not sure what you're thinking, Angel. It's... The implication I got was his question of, like, oh, well, you stole the tiara. How are you going to cut yourself off from your past that way? And this is the second time or so that she has asserted that the tiara was hers in particular. Like, it was a gift to her, not to the ballet. And her description of the ballet is pretty suspicious. Very sus. It seems like it's almost like a mill, you know? They get the bare minimum that they need to survive, and the place works them pretty hard. So the ballet is very interested in keeping the tiara because it is a valuable thing that came to one of the ballerinas. She wants to keep it because it was a gift to her, and she wants to use it for monies to start off her life. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. Okay, this makes sense, because with her lack of resources, it would have been difficult to get in this cabin. Like, she might have been able to wrangle getting into steerage or something like that, but not first class unless the crew was complicit. Yeah, and that makes sense because Biff outside said, oh, it was a distinguished English gentleman to try to deter us from going in, but it clearly wasn't an English gentleman. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... I saw a follow there. Let me double check. I do wish there was a notification feed for YouTube subscriptions in the same way. But thanks for the follow there, Silent Storm. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. I mean, the poor thing, she's like folding in on herself. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. Ooh, I wonder if the implication is that whatever happened to Kazuma happened before she came into the room. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ooh, even weirder. That's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Yeah, you can see dark stripe, light stripe, dark stripe, light stripe, dark stripe. Just his face. This is not your business. You're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet has joined me on my chair here. In particular, on the behind my head. He trills at me, hops up, gets intensive back scratches for a little bit. Serves as an opportunity to stretch my arms because I've got to reach all the way around behind my head and really work my fingers in. And then he's done. He's a very strafey cat. No, Sherbet is one of the tan and whites. You can see he just jumped up there with Sky. He is the one that has a lot more white and is very mottled compared to Mason, who has very regular, mostly tan coloration. He's buddies with Sky because Sky is buddies with everybody. Now, Ember will climb up my chest, kind of half onto my shoulder, and I have to hold her that way. Sherbet will jump onto the headrest behind my head. Sammy crawls onto my lap. Sky makes mischief all around me, and I have to pay attention to him regardless of where he is. That can be anywhere from the side of the desk near where Ember was laying to the table off to the side, or he'll crawl into my lap. Sky is a troublemaker. Mason doesn't visit me directly as much. He's actually very much a periphery cat, more so than Sammy is, but it's less because he's skittish and more that he just likes to be everywhere. That is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Interesting. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, "I never can resist a touch of the dramatic." It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Did she, like, parachute somehow? But how would she have gotten up there to do it? Because they didn't stop. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. It really feels like he writes his own press. Like, he's the source of all those novels. As opposed to the... I think the conceit was that Dr. Watson writes the stories of Holmes. You know, fictitiously, he is the one that writes the stories. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Tell us of your pet? So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Please, don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Scream! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Oh, come on, make it a snake. You credit Russia as a land of small rabbits, do you? Don't they have small rabbits there, then? I mean, it wouldn't be terribly likely that it's a snake, given the climate, but it would be amusing. Tie into the events here. You may well ask, I have no idea. Ah. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. I mean, that's possible. Really? Unlikely, but possible. Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. Emergency rations. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. It appeared this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Out of place cackle. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. What do we got? What if we show her the diary about the speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then, a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Hey there, Melinda. Don't worry. The show will continue for a while yet. Speckled band? I don't understand. So, it could be a snake, as is like alluded to in the opening of the trial. But I wonder if it could also be like a cattail. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Yeah, that was subtle. Knock. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Oh, wow. That was quick. Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. It's one of those requests that's actually a command. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Please don't worry yourself, Miss Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. There are clearly things in there that are going to be important. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. He is a big dude. To be continued. There's our autosave. We're going to plunk down a save here. And a save here. I like to have two active so that I can have one at the start of an area and then one that I can use throughout. So if I really screw up and save over a critical point, I can drop back to the beginning of it. The game's a little better about it, but I don't want to risk another beefsteak incident. Loud typewriter commences. Nope, finished that soda. Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. Yeah, I mean, the hallway doesn't seem very large, so you probably hit the far wall. I bet it hurt. Wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? He's completely disappeared. Did he hide in the wardrobe while they were chasing everybody else out? When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. The guy's a ninja. I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Huh? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Yeah, I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Same interaction. Different sailor in here. It's like they're still investigating in here. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? You remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he would lay his life on the line for you. So you can see a flicker for a moment when I switched back to this camera where there was no cat. That is because the cameras will kind of buffer the last thing they were showing sometimes. And that is part of the reason that I have them set up the way they do, is so that they don't get stuck that way. Yep, that is Sky. He is the biggest of them now. Prior to that, the largest was Rorschach, who looked about the same size, but Sky is like an inch of fluff in every direction. And then prior to that, it was Tom, who is enormous, or was. No, Sky is, he's my oldest cat right now. He has been here since I started streaming. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. Sky's friends with pretty much everybody. He's my friendliest cat. Every time I've introduced a new cat, Sky is the first to come up and be friendly. Even if the new cat is still in a keep away from me mode, Sky will be the first to approach them. That's why Sherbet is best friends with Sky, and why Ember is usually not very standoffish with him. Every now and then now he'll come and he'll kind of snuggle up next to her and they'll groom each other. Oh, he got smacked around a bit. Ah, you're back. His right lens is gone, his eyes blackened, he's got a little bruising on his lips. Inspector. Oh. Hello, Sammy. Sammy is crossed onto my lap for her pettings. Sammy and Sherbet are the two that won't let me trim their claws. With Sammy in particular, it can be a bit of an issue because she's got full-on sickles. Sherbet too, but Sherbet doesn't get stuck on objects as much. Like Sammy has to kind of high-step her way over blankets and whatnot sometimes because her claws will sink in and then she's got to pop them loose. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? So one thing I'm trying to do with both Sherbet and Sammy when I get the opportunity is just kind of massage their paws a little bit while they're sitting with me, so that they get used to the idea of their paws being handled. Because cats normally don't like that at all. It's similar how most cats are really defensive about their bellies. And most of them have bellies that are like loose and open. They don't have like a muscle strip across it like you know, humans would. Rorschach, one of my prior cats, and Mason. Both of them have had Rorschach had and Mason has more of the like muscle strip across his belly, and Mason in particular likes belly scratches, like really likes to have his belly scratched. So of evenings, when I'm laying down to recharge, Mason will come over and he will roll over onto my feet and get some end of the day belly rubs. Sammy is monopolizing my attention at the moment. That's good. Yeah, I've taken to entirely using, like, previously I had a pair of Maine Coon brothers. And those I procured through a breeder, but since then all of my cats have been rescue cats. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. If you don't recall, Officer Hosonaga, or Captain, I can't remember what his rank is, was a undercover police investigator in the prior trial, and he has been sent along. He was sent along as a bodyguard for Kazuma, and is now trying to make up for it. Yep. So, yeah, Sky was my first rescue cat. And then, let's see, I believe next was Weasley, and then Rorschach, then Ember, then Sammy, then Mason and Sherbet. If you look at some of my older videos, perfectly executed plug, you can see the orange cat was Weasley, and the great big tuxedo was Rorschach. The big, fluffy, kind of gray and black striped one was Tom. Let's see. Recall if it was last year or earlier this year, Tom passed. Largely, the assumption is like spontaneous age related complications. Weasley and Rorschach both died from the same sickness. It's why Ember was quarantined, as we were really concerned that she'd caught it too. But she didn't. She survived. The sickness is one that kind of can randomly strike cats in communal settings where there are multiple cats. Once it hasn't, it usually doesn't go, but when new cats are introduced, it's kind of it's not like a coin flip, but there is a small chance that they'll develop it, and it is pretty much universally lethal. Which was very rough. But the rest of them are doing okay. Still giving Sammy chin scratches here. So like I said, Sammy likes to walk across my lap. Ember will climb up towards my shoulder, so she'll be like on my chest up to my shoulder. And she will stay there as long as she is getting constant pets, like you have to hold her and stroke her back. The other thing that will drive her off, Sammy will come over and try to sit on my lap even if Ember is already getting attention. If that happens, almost universally Sammy will bump Ember when she goes by, and then Ember is done. She leaves right away. Anytime one of the other cats tries to get into her space, It's either going to be amicable, like we can see there with, zoom in actually. You can see there, just snuggled right up. It's either going to end up that way, or a lot of times Ember will hiss and strike if one of them intrudes. Sherbet has, I think, crossed into at least neutral territory. She'll actually play with Sherbet. Same way with Sammy. It's really good to see Sammy and Sherbet playing with the other cats. Sherbet generally, previously, would only play with Sky. Well, he'd follow Sky around like a puppy. And he would play with Mason, essentially his littermate. And Sammy would be aloof of all of them. But now Sammy, Ember, and Sherbet will play with each other. Which is great. It's good to see them all hanging out together. It does occasionally result in the a 3-cat Zoomy parade going around the rooms. I have taken a couple of flying leaps, flying kind of impact tackles off of a cat tree onto the bed before. Thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Now we've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. What's that? Please, do tell us. What is this new information you have? It's this. Clipboard with some letters. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Kazuma's post-mortem report. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. Oof. Yep, his neck was broken. It would seem so. There's no evidence, no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think we were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Tricky, tricky. What weapon was used? Nothing has been found yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound Suggest it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. He says, you stopped petting me, and because I rolled on my side, you started touching my side, and I don't like that, so I'm gonna chomp you a little bit. See, if like Sky goes bear trap, it's a little painful. But if Sammy or Sherbet goes bear trap, it will draw blood. Especially Sammy. Her little paws are razor sharp right now. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Piece of broken glass, do you see? He was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? If it's brick-colored, then it would be a brownish shoe. Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato? Well, Kazuma was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. A little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Is this going to be an accidental death? Like, there is no killer? Because we have, like, the whole room is tipped over. Let's see if I get an opportunity to look around. Cough, cough. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Sammy, give me some licks here. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. So, if we look, there's stuff on the desk that is tipped over to the left. All the, like, the candle holder, the book, all of that stuff to the left. The plate tipped over to the left. So the books were all to the left. What if he was like, he slipped in the shoe polish and fell? Now, that doesn't explain the ink bottle in the writing, because if he fell and broke his neck, then he wouldn't really be able to write. But the mess in the room, the fact that the whole place is like turned to the side, it seems like, again, it was something that rocked the boat. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why, who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. He's gone back to guarding the door. Hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? To get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo. It is such a beautiful color, this glass. It's like whatever it was broken clean in two. Still, it looks like a bell or something. The other half is nowhere to be seen. There's the brick-colored mark. It's his shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma's shoes. Maybe, but what I would like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Where he spent his final moments writing his diary. Faint whistling. Some sort of speckled band. It's writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery. We will. Hey there, maybe. Welcome. Kazuma, the guy with the infinitely flowing headband. It's clear these letters were written with the ink that's somehow spilt on the floor. They spell the Russian word for wardrobe. Does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, he would have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma would have written his last words or word in Russian. Begs the question of who did write it. Could it be an accidental death as well? As in, there was somebody in here with him somehow. Again, the locked door is the tricky part. As you can see, the bar is broken from when they kicked it in. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Yes, you tidied them up, didn't you? So we can't rule out a false scenario, that it is not actually a murder, but the tricky part is the writing implies that somebody tampered with the scene. And then Hosunaga and Naruhodo both have mentioned that, like Naruhodo mentioned that he fell hard asleep and his head was aching. And Hosunaga has mentioned it too. So the idea of somebody instigating the event seems very plausible. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Way to mess with the evidence. Rules of passage. Weapons, dangerous objects. Pets are also forbidden. She called it her friend, didn't she? Although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. It was certain that whatever it is, it's inside that traveling case in her cabin. There's more to this than it seems. Ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that we know that it's Pavlova, there are a couple of things that have now changed. Right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. Not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Well, we can still go out in the hallway, at least. Where another flag has been raised. Look, Naruhodo. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms and glaring at us. These Russian names are impossible to remember. Pause. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. I did it the great detective way. And Goober is going to come prancing in from some direction. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. You're right. We must seize it. Let's go inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Okay, stringy knot isn't even close. Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. Not sure if we could go that far. We could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. How's your day been, maybe? Ah, we need to move, not click. Yep. Okay, the travel case is open. Is this the wardrobe? Pavlova isn't back yet. Zato, oh, where's she gone? What are you doing? Those are our private things. Not a moment to waste, Naruhodo. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo. By ourselves if we have to. We will. Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Just a moment. Just a moment. Sorry about that. A friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard. What kind of animals she had in there? And more to the point, where is it now? Naruhodo, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump into every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I would assume so. It would be strange for her to try to carry it around, given that it's a forbidden thing. The case is open. It's completely empty. Yep, okay. Ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this cabin. One of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. It's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. It didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Suppose every cabin has a wastepaper basket. Then let us rummage. Do I have a look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Rifle like your life depends on it. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. It's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Oh, this is astounding. All of these books, it's the same. I can't read any of them. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo. Kindly remember that. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think there's that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. Oh no. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night that she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. This looks like it's been dropped. Looks like it was put there deliberately. Do you think this could be a leak in the roof above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Oh no, you're right. Of course you're right. Really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Seems this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Rules are displayed in this cabin, too. Suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah, so do I. Cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from the outside. Not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? And they emphasize that the seal is too tight to allow you to do like a string through it or anything like that to pull the bolt home. Door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the other side. Well, that's not true. One being made of metal doesn't stop the other. It just, you'd still have to have a strong magnet in any event for it to work, and the bolt would have to be something magnetic. It seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater from coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. That's it. Ah, there we go. It's Mr. Sholmes. Never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Singing about Scotland Yard. Through it all, there was doubt. It's lucky Herlock was about. He's written his own theme music. Mr. Sholmes. Is it? You want to fight? Interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Marquis of Fantaylor rules, clearly. Or is it Marquis? Yeah. I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was as good a time as any. Fairly nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? That flail and fall over that he did when he was initially startled. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. Was immersed in a study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Cackle, cackle. Truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Hey there, Azario. Welcome. Glad to have you. We're playing some Ace Attorney. How has your day been? He writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely, put simply, the Seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Remains a mystery from now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Way to do your job for once. Starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance. Cackle, cackle. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Okay, that is the third person that's mentioned it. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. And away he goes. Still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. You too. She slept all the way down in steerage. New flag. What's that? Well, the alarm went off. Down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop. Hard to starboard. Okay, they've righted the books in all of the cabins. I can't remember where starboard and port are. But they've righted all the books, so we're going to see when the ship hard turns what happens. I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Yep. Yep. They righted all the books, so now they're demonstrating why the books could have turned over. Are you hurt? I think I'm fine, thank you. Okay, consistency. The books on the dresser or the desk have tipped, and the travel case has fallen over. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Goodness, what about you? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. The door is locked now. Oh, this could still be. No, it's not going to be accidental. It's that the fact that it's a closed room is disprovable. Because the ship just tilted hard to the left, hard to the left. And in doing so, all the books fell over and the bar slid closed. Bar slid too, which locked the door. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Are you in there, Naruhodo? Unbolt the door, quickly. The bolt? And this emphasizing the point. When the ship turns hard, it can send the bolt closed. So, if the ship turned hard last night, potentially when she was coming on board, it could have caused the door to lock, creating the illusion of a closed door murder. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato? I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did it... Look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. That was a good little piece of setup that they did. So the books were messy, and they're like, oh, I'm going to clean those up. And they put them back in a standing position. Then they show the boat turning and have all the books turn over again, while simultaneously demonstrating that the door became locked, hoping that you're going to create that correlation in your mind. Better tidy this place up first. Violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. Okay, they're asserting that it could be a stop. I knew that what waited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. Hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued, and we will, once we hit the save screen here, we're going to take a short break. Save so I don't forget. Okay, we will be back very shortly, folks. Settle back in, folks. Do. Here we go. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we had an emergency stop. Calling that out again. This is important. Susato took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. We were fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. It appears to have been a false report, though. How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. Opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. It's not enough that he has killed a man. He is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. If I want to survive, at least. It's terrible. This is a real crisis. We've got to find a solution. Let's see. Buttons. Okay. So here's a thought. She desperately didn't want to see them to see her pet. But the pet is now gone, and she is very firm that, like, oh no, he's a problem. Get rid of him. Throw him in prison. Now, the implication would be that she's concerned for her pet. Okay, great. But we already know that they've alluded to a snake in the start of it, and the diary alludes to the same thing that is in that snake concept at the beginning. So perhaps she has released the animal to get rid of the evidence after refusing to show it to us afterwards. That brings into question the idea of the plate on the floor. Like, that doesn't line up. But we've also got the mouse trap in the hallway. So again, snake. Immediately. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here. Something in Russian. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well... You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. It's just so desperate to find a clue. There's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. Really need some help here. Need a savior to rescue me. He shows up in the weirdest places in the weirdest ways, doesn't he? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes. Naturally, I was analyzing what the weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Never know whether to take this man seriously or not. The wall hook, it mocks me. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. Gasp. Yeah, she is a bit too concerned. She is a bit too involved in this. Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. Me to illuminate your minds, for I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. And you guys put these handcuffs on me. It is clearly the man wearing the guilty hat. Look how it's got guilty written on it. He wouldn't be guilty if he was... No innocent person would wear the guilty hat unless they were guilty. But you made me wear the guilty hat. Quiet! Wearer of the guilty hat may not speak. Trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted and shut from the outside. From the inside. That means the culprit must be the one who is inside the cabin. It's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Yeah, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. I can't deny that. No worries, Angel. Perfectly fine, even if you are not unconscious. If you just want to watch and lurk. Or lurk and listen. Either way. I mean, the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside. A Pizza Hut thin crust pepperoni. Their sauce is not my favorite, but otherwise it's good pizza. A little too sweet. We're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. It gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator? Laugh, laugh, laugh. I think this is funny. I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. They're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. Last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Bow with a flourish. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. Yeah, it's a snake. It's the pet snake that she kept in her luggage. I'm about to expose for you all to see... What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Shriek! It's a big snake. He's remarkably calm about it, too. He's got a very, oh, another snake kind of composure. As if this is something that happens frequently. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. So, the things that go against a snake... Oh. Okay, so... one of the things that they're going to bring up is that it couldn't have been snake bite because he wasn't poisoned. But what if this is a constricting type snake? Like, entirely a constricting snake. Now, if that were the case, it would still probably bite. Constrictors still bite. But maybe that's what cracked the bones in his neck. Or at least that's how the, overly dramatic Phoenix Wright style game would claim it. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, wouldn't you say? You're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? Pause. Laugh. You both see and observe, with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time that I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. So, could it have been that they draped the pull cord through into the other side of the room? You drape the pull cord, and that could be an actual speckly band. But then it would be by the pull cord. It would be weird for you to call it out as an odd thing next to the pull cord. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Gasp. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. The young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It's like the snake joins him in his anger. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. I wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend of in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, we get to see him completely botch it, and then we get to fix it. Now, this will probably be an actual demonstration of the mechanic, where we have to pay attention to how they react to each line. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay, it's not her heart, it's her hand. Is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Okay, the friend is accurate. Suspected another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Okay, it is not the snake. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Is that the striping on his face? Is that he's had this thing latched onto him before, indicating a connection between him and her? The victim's written observations in the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray, that was... Give, pray. What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. What you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Okay. With loose skin, I guess you could probably get a distorted patterning. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. That seems way off. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Yeah, we've spiraled off. A beloved speckled snake. Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. Why did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which we have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Shocked? In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Incorrect. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that it at the scene of the crime. Shocked? So there is evidence. What could there be? The detective is currently implying that it was her pet snake, which must be poisonous, that bit Kazuma, and that's what killed him. We know that's not possible because there was no sign of poisoning or external injury. It's his cervical vertebrae was shattered, or broken, or crushed, or what have you. Also, welcome, casemate. This is the new detective deduction mechanism where he makes wildly inaccurate assertions and we go through and correct them by swapping out words. It's got a bit of a Danganronpa vibe to it. Just with less guns. Almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. The vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Oh, yep. He is the murder victim. He has died in what seems to be a locked door or a locked room mystery after he orchestrated to have Naruhodo stow away with him. He, like, smuggled him in his luggage and then has been hiding him in the closet or in the wardrobe after feeding him each day. So they found Naruhodo in the wardrobe, and the assumption is that he must be the killer. But we know that's not true because of, narrative causality. But additionally, because they had been sealing the wardrobe with a piece of paper that would have to be applied from the outside. Like a big sticker kind of thing. And the only fingerprints on the sticker are Kazuma's. We have discovered that this is a runaway ballerina, and she is implicated in this series of events, but I don't know that she's actually the killer. Or we don't know yet. Her involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. Right, you hid the evidence that links you in your traveling case, which is not correct. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Yep. The stereotype names continue. I don't know what hers is. But the Russian guard, the big burly guy, is Biff Strovanov. You don't. It is telling that the victim made a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would have to listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once more. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Blip. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band. Dumbstruck silence. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to train any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. How are any of them taken in? I mean, I get Hosonaga because he didn't encounter this previously. But Ryunosuke and Susato have encountered it and have seen that it is wildly inaccurate most of the time. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. It's a demonstration of what you can get away with if you can say it with confidence. My dear man, there's nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? Of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. Welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both plainly and proudly. Well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. Ooh. Okay, so the snake is wrapped around the face of Biff there. So is it that that's his snake and that her pet is something else? No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. So I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal with a snake by whistling. I thought some snakes did. Not like, visible ears, but like apertures, But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? That I know it's the dancing is them watching the flute move. Perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. I mean, that's technically possible. It depends on the surface material. If it were entirely smooth, then they couldn't. But if there's enough friction there, it could loop around it and, spiral its way up. Don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been part of this. Sad Sholmes. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... We need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrists again. Huh? The man's a magician, he really is. Their handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. Because he can't do the little dance if he's cuffed. Really wish you'd leave them off. Everyone, let us begin. Hello, Sam. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning. Spectacular. I like that they did a couple of plays on his name. One, they did the swapping. So instead of Sherlock, Sherlock Holmes, it's Herlock Sholmes. But a couple of the characters have made the joke that he doesn't seem German, and they refer to him as Herlock. To go, you claim the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. You recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. It's her hand. She does have a pained expression on her face. I'm wondering if subsequently we're going to reach a point where we have to choose to intervene. That's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. You're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? There be some other way to interpret her expression, then. Let's take a moment. Really look closely. Oh. A scratch. Yeah. Cat seems more likely. Look. It's a very painful wound. It's like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently. Whoever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
So when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. Gasp. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. It is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Yes, I suspected another telltale glance. Doubt your friend is the writhing serpent. Because right there, the exclamation point means you hit something true. The question mark is, that's not the case. Likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. There are apparently some varieties that have tiny little claws. Like super vestigial limbs that peek out. The snake isn't her pet. What is? What is the true identity of this friend of hers? Follow her gaze. Like a monkey? No, it's her cat. Oh, okay. That little bell. There's half of that bell in Kazuma's room. Isn't it cute? Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look. Look at the little cat. The cute little kitten. I mean, even if she's small, that thing is, definitely near past kitten. Could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo, for the blackest outfit? Black kitten. From the looks of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
I bet that little speckled thing that she was holding behind her back is some sort of, like, cat toy or something. No doubt your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Like, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. What is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Man. That particular truth slapped her right upside the side of the head. Well, spun her around. Such violent facts. Tarka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Tarka would appear to be a Russian blue. Aren't those a little more gray than black, though? It could just be that it's a monochrome picture, you know. Yeah, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give? Can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? That thing behind her back? Look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. It does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. You're trying, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slough skin. Did you see that? She took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back, which was an odd choice to do, as opposed to leave it fully concealed in her pocket. If she had just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Thank you. Yes, plays like that are Mr. Shulm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. Which case, what is she hiding behind her back? It's a cat toy. Little cat tease. It's got the little wand. It is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy, a piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks to be the handle at one end. I think maybe it's a cat's toy. Sort of thing is common in the West, apparently. How is that a cat for toys? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. It is.
Yes!
The thing you're trying, but failing, to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. It is this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim would not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one reason to that. One answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah, that's why she was whistling, too. Summary: the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. And you will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. So in this scenario, the cat went over there, and she tried to call it back and then tried to lure it back. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything about it, she had disappeared through the ventilator. She is so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which we have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Shock? In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom, which is incorrect. Mr. Sholm says it's true. No signs of a wound anywhere on his body. That's right. But Mr. Sholm seems to be unaware of one very important detail. He wasn't poisoned. It seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff is not some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Could there be? Now, he points to the body, but I think it's going to be the remnants of a bell over there. Zuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. That's a distinct possibility. As yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. There are a lot of people that suspect cats are capable of doing that sort of thing. Tiny little thing drops on you from up above and just snaps your neck. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Yes, a bad fall could explain it. Rather hard to believe that believe of Kazuma, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything in the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
Half of the bell and some smeared shoe polish. Examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Though given the little outer layer of them, they do appear boot. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered in that instant. And in that instant, he lost his life. Another very truthful smack to the head. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? Snap. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Facts are clear as day to me. You did all that you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case, which is not true. Don't believe it. Cosma merely tripped over and now he's no more? Can't be true. I refuse to accept it. This is part of the reason that bathrooms and kitchens are so dangerous. Bathrooms especially, slip and fall. It's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Shulm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she cast her eyes. Let's look around. Yara doesn't seem like it would be relevant. I guess they want us to... like the tiara. That do happen sometimes. The words. I have a feature activated on my YouTube streams that is DVR capability, and that's that it is possible to, pause, rewind, catch back up on a live stream, like while it's happening. So if anything halts the stream at all, you will stay behind unless you click to jump forward to live or current time. Paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying the cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. Okay, we looked in here before. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's the other half of the little bell. Looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that parts of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Is that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell. That would be the picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Now, your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Okay, so the snake was a bluff during this part of the investigation, and I think that's why the guy has those bands around his head. That's like light bruising or similar from the snake. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. That is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. I had read that rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. Not like people. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was in there, he was sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try and lure the cat back by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Dark always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. Yeah, I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling, but nothing. So the faint whistling sound Cosimo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity for remaining hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... he tripped over the cat. Nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... with such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. From the appearance of the brown marks on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. What became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? Yeah. Yeah, you see the angle that it's squeezing him at? He has stripes across his head. Earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship. Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Mirazko. What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. How did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Did you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Oh, my dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Roscoe does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? They say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Roscoe eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Which is the, mousetrap. Ah, oh, so... is that why the mousetrap in the passageway is out there? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Thing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. The deuce did something so inept land a starring role. Not my fault, I do not make up stories. And Prosco has nothing to do with this incident. Nice. I'm hoping that that the opening sequence was a fake out. So that's what happened. It's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. There's still something missing. Because the writing. There's a whole lot of silence going on here. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. Which I guess makes you a great detective like Mr. Sholmes. But even I can see that that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here. Yeah, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. So I expect she went in there looking for her cat. She sees him dead. Well, okay. So there's two things. Is the writing, which will implicate her further. The idea that she went to the scene of the crime. But then the fact that everybody has a headache. Those are still two things that we've got to wrangle. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first place. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into this cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. It's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. Still like how they keep saying photographic print. That it hasn't been shortened to photo yet. There's no way that Mr. Asogi would have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native tongue. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. It doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. Well, his neck was broken. There's no way he could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. It actually had the two words separated like that. Instant death. Printed out in chunks. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. Gasp! It's not the only reason, either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? Zato noticed this too, then. A piece of evidence that proves it wasn't an accident. This is also cool. This is acting as a trial. This whole investigative sequence is acting like a trial. So we know that was written after he died. We only know that he noticed her trying to lure the cat. So it was 1:35 when he was still alive, and he noticed the cat. So then after 2, there are no entries. We now have 3 cats, folks. Well, 3 cats visible. So Sky has long, poofy fur. Ember has short, soft fur. Kind of slick, or sleek. Sherbet is fuzzy. He's like a cotton ball. Like relatively short, but like fuzzed out. Let's try the log, which stopped after 2.
Yes.
Is not the case. No, let's wait. Okay. It is. It's playing out just like a trial. Yeah, Sky is very fluffy. Guys, like, get off. I'm getting hot here. One of the advantages that this game has over some of the later ones is that they have a distinct lack of technology and, like, process in place. Like we're showing here, they're like, oh, no, you were in the room with him. There's no other person that could have killed him. You are absolutely guilty. You know? Those. It's not that.
Yes.
Nope. Trying to say that it's the scuff mark in the bell again, indicating that half of the bell came back with her, but why would she leave both the other half? This again?
Yes.
Alright. Explain yourself, game. The broken piece of glass. The glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We knew about that. It's broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. We already know that. Where's the flaw? It's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. It's really what happened. And how did one half of the bell end up back here? Okay. If it was that the cat came back with half the bell... I'm sorry, how could the cat have come back with half of the bell? If it's cracked in such a way like that. And if she went into the room, why would she only bring back half of the bell? Ah. Remember that we found the other half of the bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? No. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. Oh, okay. So maybe she was with him, like she came over. That she did. He like slipped on the cat. It didn't hurt him. Like he was still alive at the time. Let's see what she says. Someone else present. We're wasting time. Someone else was there? Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There is no way in or out. Oh yeah. The person in the cabin when the young student died was you. It is true, I was in the cabin when it happened. We were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Laugh. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there for the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all of the pieces? Leaving half behind is going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. It's a pretty big bell. The way they're showing it, that's a pretty large bell. It's not a, oh, they missed half of that bell. You'll suspect me, don't you? Yep, the stripes are from the snake on his head. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went to join ballet company. I wonder if... is the implication she's his daughter? And he has somehow helped her get on board? But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. Say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. That is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. So, I get that they're making the claim that that's how it works. Are they asserting that only an emergency stop would be enough to cause those bolts to slide the way they do? But even so, that is a crippling design flaw. If every door with a bolt lined the way it is, and there are going to be a lot of cabins aligned this way, would slide shut if an emergency stop happened. So any room that did not have somebody in it would become locked and require that they be battered down. That feels like not an impossible oversight, you know. Engineers are not also stupid. But it seems like a pretty severe design flaw that would have been caught at some point before this. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. You want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? It's impossible. That's right. But wait. I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. She is the one that said that's not possible. So why is she bringing it up? Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. Of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Could you shift it onto me like that? Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Are they going to claim that everybody's head hurts from being asleep when the emergency stop happened? It does spring to mind, yes. You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? The telling sign of the method used. Ooh.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. That's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. There's nothing she doesn't know, or that isn't in her book, at least. Whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. Maybe it's only the first-class cabins that have this problem. Maybe the brass fittings that they use are slippier. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Yep. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. With the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Yes, that is the that is the name of the powerful force that surrounds the Naruhodo family line. Inertia is the implacable force that grants victory despite complete ineptitude. Trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, yes, Hesperia made another emergency stop. I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! You have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? You out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? That seems a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bells ring, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. Flip. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Oh, these impending beatings are future Sholmes' problem. Screw that guy. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, we must now consider. It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? We're idiots. Beria's huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of night, it would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence? Flip. Fascinating. Do show us. First we save. This should be the ship's log. Jones is an amazing goober. You get the impression, so the person that died in the first case, in the tutorial case, appears to have been his Dr. Watson. And from the way it plays out, whoever is his sidekick is the one that steers him in the right direction. Because it's not so much that he is completely off the mark, it's that his aim deviates a little bit each time, which broadens the inaccuracy until it gets out of control. Where literally he will be like, it's in that travel case, and you pivot the camera around and you're saying, no, it's actually in that thing right behind the travel case. Or it was like, oh, she feels a pain, and it's like, yes, she feels a pain on her hand right there. Yeah, in a way there, casemate. Instead of Watson being present to make Holmes look super smart, Watson is present in this case to help Holmes not sound like an idiot. Like to sort of steer him back into sanity.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, that would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Rather carelessly left it atop that little makeshift bureau in the passage out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. This guy is like he's off the mark repeatedly. Every one of his deductions is wrong because it will be like he said, the evidence is on the first page of this magazine or this newspaper. And he points to the article that is about the Russian Revolutionary. And all of his deductions sprawl out from that. It's the Russian Revolutionary. Your correction on it is to flip it over and say, it's on the last page. It's about the ballerina. And the deductions change as a result of that. They chain differently. He is close. But it's close in the sense of like AI art drawing hands. Like they're hand-like, and you could step in and like correct them to be hands. But unless you step in and intervene, those aren't hands at all. Some sort of eldritch abomination waving its many tentacles at you. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? And gulp. Right now, Sholmes is acting a lot like the supporting cast in Danganronpa, where they're like, why don't you tell them what the truth is? I will help you in no way, but I'm saying that I know the truth. Tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Kind of implies that it was something so significant that he left to go deal with it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean there, casemate. Yeah, that's correct then. not sure of it. Huh? Is it, buddy? Back scratches. Is it possible that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. So another thing that we have to account for is her arrival on the boat. Because they did not stop at port. And she very cryptically said that, like, they've called her an angel on the, as a dancer. And she was like an angel, I descended. So there's something that they did that was comparable to a stop, but not as severe. Enough to make the latch fall. And to tip some things over, but not so much to make everybody freak out. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Phrasing. What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered from it. Ah. Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. They have been consistently calling out that Naruhodo and progressively more people have mentioned, yeah, I've had a headache all day. Or have I? My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. You've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. That's right, my head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Wait. Are they implying that everybody was drugged? The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Like, universally, they drugged everybody on the ship? Because they've described, this has a lot of passengers on it. I've already been dragged out and had those handcuffs put on me, and he didn't wake up the whole time. So the crew and the detective were cognizant during that. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken that was served yesterday evening, I take it? In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night has been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. And especially in that era, I wouldn't want to be dealing with something administered via food. that was meant to put you unconscious that thoroughly. Because lacing food with it is a wildly inaccurate dosage. And even by today's medical standards, that kind of unconsciousness is not safe territory. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice that the ship made an emergency stop? I mean, that's Phoenix Wright enough to be accurate for this. Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Well, Seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Because earlier he had mentioned, one, she was a daughter of the sea, of a strong sailor, which I believe is supposed to be him, and that she was also part of the ship's band, which would imply that she was sort of like favored by the whole crew, as it were. So potentially the entire crew conspired to help her escape the ballet company. If you refused to talk, that would have there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. Are they implying that she actually is the revolutionary? And that the picture of the revolutionary was just a picture of one of her disguises? We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. Because it might just be, like I said, she is effectively an ex-crew member, and they wanted to help her. Because they had, she was so talented that they helped her join the ballet, and then that went terribly wrong. I don't believe it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter. You put pills in there? I guess they were banking on the fact that every single passenger is a complete moron. You could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. Midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. All the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. It would have been complete chaos. I wouldn't say so. Huh? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping truck. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep in their with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find their doors locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You've talked long enough and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Hey there, Megan. Joining us right at the end. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. Huh? How's your day been, Megan? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? I don't hear anything. Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. You can't hear such a call with your ears, no. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular, to expose the truth. Your assistance, if you please. With what? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two prevaricators. Observation. You remember, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. I'll see what you can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Look at this. Some kind of stain in an unusual place. It's like ink. Ink. Look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Human Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It appears that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. A large purple stain in the back of his uniform. I think what made it is clear. Okay. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. That's what the stain on his uniform really is. Verify there isn't something else, so we'll do that. It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means that you must have been present in the cabin, moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. Huh? I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Wardrobe Man! I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. Did everything so no one would suspect our angel. So he did accidentally die. If, please. Don't worry. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. And our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. If, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. That is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. It's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. Oh. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. Do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of luck, broke his neck. I mean, we already covered that he wouldn't be able to write. Let's try the text.
Yes.
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true, it is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are. Thank you for your gentle guidance. I have a terrible feeling this is going to be some ridiculous stretch. That they're going to be like, oh, you would fall backwards.
Yes.
Nope. Okay, so they give you... This is another interesting thing. The text is unnatural, but they're like, not really that, though. Clenched fist?
Yes.
Right, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Okay, this is a reasonable one. Yet here seems the victim, we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Gasp. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes. Constantly. Flip. This is what I found. Ooh. Twist. Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. Very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. Not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Observation, that is key. Huh? Truth is now tantalizingly close. This one actually fully feels like a detective game a lot of the times, doesn't it? It's not just... You're actually, like, teasing out clues comparatively. This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? Observe, find the answer with your own eyes. No, it's gonna come... It's where does it come from? It comes from her right ear.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. You don't know, it could just be a very plain clasp earring. The link holding it must have broken. Eh? What? Looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. That's, like, this part of the deduction is the stronger part. Ah. I don't believe it. The missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Cosma? Well, that was a full knockdown there. Think about everything that happened yesterday. It was too much. Running away, the fishing boat, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and could relax after this horrible long day, I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle, waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. Running right up to the wire with our normal timer here. What are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell the truth and hope that he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. Okay. Oof, and he hit the knob. Ouch. That'd mess you up one way or another. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. She panicked. And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and the thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. They find out I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. Went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Comically, if they had just left everything as is, worst case removing the little bell, and ideally finding the earring, then they could have left it and it would be accidental death. He tripped and he slipped and fell and broke his neck. But by staging it to look like there was a killer, it kicked off a heavier investigation. Then I found the stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. That's when he found me. So he worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe door and put strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Dragged young man's body to good place and used the ink that was spilled to write on the floor. Wrote wardrobe so the person who found it would look inside the wardrobe and find the stowaway. And tell me, what about the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. And she went back to her cabin and I finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2, thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. So one thing I don't understand. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried about going to tell the he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But if he had pulled the bell cord and made for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I don't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? The day's work is not yet done, it seems. It's one more deduction to make. Another one? He was going to ask, Ryunosuke, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was where it was directed? Consider the victim's location within his cabin. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. That's how it looked last night when she visited. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then? Yes. One thing I've learned from today is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Only that, but in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was he looking at?
Take that!
The wardrobe. It's like he was going to ask me. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Gasp. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Twist that knife. Make it spin. You killed him for no reason. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry, really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. I feel like there's a lot less laid to rest than I expected going on here. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then. No, I don't think so. Even if he wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away. Now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah, I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour in Great Britain is over before it's even begun, then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato? Naruhodo, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. The animated watery eyes. Still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now... now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much. It's just too much. I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi safely to Great Britain. Hello, Moonbeam. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Well, good luck with that, Moonbeam. Make sure you get enough rest. I said. Was not aware, but okay. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at... Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Huh? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Crazed cackle of his. He thinks this is funny? I kind of feel like you should substitute Final Fantasy VI's Kefka's laugh for that. It kind of suits him. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find ourselves another suitable lawyer. Yeah? Miss Susato? Yeah? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Huh? You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... are you studying law? No, I'm not, but I could immediately begin to do so. I'm sorry, in that case I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right? I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. It's more than enough time, given our experience with Phoenix Wright, the art major. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all of that in just 40 days? And 40 nights? There's only one way to find out. Would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Poor Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I get to go to Great Britain. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Oh, wow. That was a highly animated smile there. I think it's a wonderful idea. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Madness, but neat madness. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination, give us lawlessness. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. And the ability to wrangle this goober into the right direction. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Said that I'd do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. This man heals very fast, by the way. The ruptured lip and the black eye are completely gone now, let alone he has new glasses. Are you prepared? I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. Some of the splash art for the game has Naruhodo with the sword. Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Cosmo would have wanted. Its name is Kuruma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Exactly what I need. The cram course from hell. But before we begin, earnest favor to ask of you. What is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Oh, this is her trying to make amends for chucking him around a couple times. I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. You were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. Cabin door was locked. Won't let you make excuses. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. Don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone. Very wise. Isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're back. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? Probably clinging to the ceiling. Form of Japanese wrestling? In a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. Fisticuffs. You'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw? I'd be honored. And let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? So you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes, arresting indeed. You'd term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. Cute. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from the evening before recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, by taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, right? A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you really need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. The end. Boy. Well, that ran longer than expected. So, yeah, definitely a little late, but I hope everybody had fun playing with us today. That is the end of the first real case, post-tutorial case, in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We will be continuing to play this on a weekly basis. tomorrow is going to be Danganronpa 2 again. If you would like to keep up with the schedule or just converse with the rest of the community, feel free to drop by the Discord, which is linked in the description of the YouTube streams. You can also find the schedule on my Twitter and on the same YouTube account. And that YouTube account is also where you can find my short videos and VODs of the stream. You can also find the shorts on TikTok. I don't have a spiel for this down. But again, I want to thank everybody for watching with us tonight. Hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a good rest of your night.